Good morning. Today is day number 5 of the evidentiary hearing in the Oakham Best matter. The town has a panel assembled. I think, is there anyone? I just want to make sure that everyone's microphones are working. Mr. Reich, can you say hello?
Hello.
Great.
Oh, are we on the record?
No,
Sorry.
sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Seeley, can you say hello?
Good morning.
And then I know we've heard already from Attorney Kaplan and the panel that includes Mr. Broderick. Can the Coreys say hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. So is Chief Morris present today?
He is not
Available.
Oh,
No, I just see his screen. That's why I asked about that.
okay. I don't believe he's testified today, though.
Okay.
He just
and
can't
Miss-
stay away, apparently.
Apparently, but if he's here, it might prove useful. Mr. Pucci, would you say hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Are the Salpes present today? I don't believe so. It appears the Bertrands are present. Is that right?
Yes,
Good morning.
good morning.
So we are ready to start. And Mr. Pucci, I would ask you to introduce your witnesses, and I will swear in those whom I have not already sworn in for this hearing.
Okay. Did you want to swear the group in
I-
first, or do you want me to proceed first?
Well, if you can just say their names, and then I will swear them in.
Yes.
We're not on the record yet.
And let's go on the record. On the record.
Do you want me to speak first, Mr. Presiding Officer?
Yes, if you can just tell us
Yes.
the witnesses that you have assembled today.
I will. Good morning again, Mr. Presiding Officer, members of the citing board. I'm George Pucci from KP Law. I represent the town of Oakham. We have a town panel of witnesses today, both fact witnesses who have various positions of the town, as well as an expert witness on environmental issues. The other day at the last hearing session, you already introduced Mr. Broderick and Police Chief Gehring into the proceedings. Mr. Broderick is here today. I don't know about Chief Gehring. I can't tell if he's here or not. Oh, Chief Gehring is here, but he's already been sworn in and introduced to the proceedings. So who we're adding today to our panel is Patrick Marderosian, who's the DPW director, Stephen Gatulis, Gatulis, who's the chair of the Conservation Commission, Sean Seeley, Seeley, who's on the Conservation Commission. He's testifying remotely. The first individuals I mentioned are in the same room in Oakham. Mr. Warbus, Philip Warbus, Warbasse, is the chairman of the planning board. And we have joining us remotely from his office is Arthur Allen from Epsilon. So before I ask them their direct examination questions, I'll give you time to swear them in, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Perfect.
Mr. Presiding Officer, may we confer with counsel?
You may. Go ahead.
Matt, I'm not getting you when you call me.
I'm sorry, are we on the record?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brock.
I
Yeah,
will
we can
I
be
will
on the
text
record.
you. I will text you.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. We're having communications problems here. I think I can just say this in front of everybody. Patrick Martirosyan is actually not appearing as a witness today for the town. He was supposed to, but he's no longer employed by the town.
Thank you for noting that. We are on the record, Mr. Brock. I was unaware of that. Actually, I was aware of that. You had notified me at some point. I'm speaking to you, Mr. Presiding Officer, at this point. I believe we submitted pre-filed testimony from him. Did we, Mr. Broderick?
That is correct.
So I don't know how quite to deal with that issue. We did submit pre-filed testimony when he was still employed by the town. He's not employed by the town now and is unavailable to testify today. And I'm open to suggestions as to how you want to deal with that. I have no strong feelings either way.
A minute to consult with my colleagues here. Find out whether. Well, let me ask the company whether the company intended to ask questions of Mr. Martirosyan.
May I note further too, before they do that, as I'm looking at my notes here, I was notified about this during the proceedings, and I apologize in the heat of the trial. I don't have a working memory of everything I've been told, but I do recall we had other witnesses sign off on behalf of the town on certain information requests that involve like traffic issues and roadway condition, those types of issues. So the witnesses who signed those IR responses as witnesses are certainly available today to testify. And that was just the additional thing that I wanted to note further, is that we tried to convert the fact that Mr. Martirosyan is no longer employed by the town to other witnesses who have personal knowledge concerning some of the subject matter that he addressed.
Okay. And actually, before I ask the company the question I started to, was Mr. Martirosyan prepared to testify regarding traffic?
He was not. I have not spoken to him since I was advised that.
No, but initially, was he initially anticipated to speak to the issues of traffic?
Yeah, that was what his pre-filed testimony was.
And was there any other issue that he was planning at one point to speak to?
No, I believe he was just traffic issues and also the condition of the roadway. We received a lot of questions about those subjects that, he weighed in on.
All right. Attorney Kaplan, would you speak to the company's intentions to ask questions about either of those topics?
So we do have questions on those topics, but whoever is the appropriate person to respond to those will ask questions of that person.
Okay. And Mr. Pucci, who will be the appropriate persons to ask those questions of?
I believe that Mr. Broderick as well as Chief Gehring have knowledge concerning a lot of that subject matter.
Okay. All right. We will proceed and raise the questions as they come up. And if there are any issues that come up, we'll deal with them. But
I
right
appreciate
now,
that.
no problem. All right. So if I could have the witnesses, please raise their hands. The ones that I haven't already sworn in. Chief Gehring, you're fine. Mr. Broderick, you're fine. And then I will call each of you by name to ask that you confirm. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give during this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Seeley,
Yes.
Mr. Warbus,
Yes.
Mr. Gatulis.
Yes.
All four of you are under oath, and Mr. Broderick, you and Mr. Gehring both remain under oath. Mr. Pucci, you may proceed.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Allen. Please state your full name, professional employment position, and business address.
My name is Arthur Allen. I'm the Vice President of Ecotech Incorporated, located at 100 Grove Street, Suite 203, Worcester, Massachusetts, 01605.
And from what location are you joining us today?
From 100 Grove Street in Worcester.
Were the town responses to information requests, which include you as a witness, as well as the pre-filed testimony with your name signed under the penalties of perjury, prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
Are there any changes to the responses or the testimony that you need to make as of this time?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll turn to Mr. Gatulis. Good morning, sir. Please state your full name, position with the town of Oakham, and business address for town business.
Steve Gatulis. I am the chairman of the Conservation Commission, Oakham Town Hall, Goldberg Road, Oakham, Mass.
Thank you. Were the town responses to information requests, which include you as a witness, as well as the pre-filed testimony with your name signed under the penalties of perjury, prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to either the information responses or the pre-filed testimony that you need to note to us at this time?
No.
Thank you. Turning to Mr. Seeley. Good morning, sir. Please state your full name, position with the town of Oakham, and business address for town business.
John Seeley, Oakham Conservation Commission, Oakham Town Hall, Coldbrook Road.
And sir, where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining you from my home in 121 Paula Circle, East Brookfield.
I'm sorry,
you.
at 121 what?
Paula Circle, East Brookfield.
Thank you, sir. Were the town responses to information requests, which include you as a witness, as well as the pre-filed testimony with your name signed under the penalties of perjury, prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
Are there any changes to the responses or to your pre-filed testimony that you need to note to us at this time?
No.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll go to Mr. Warbus. Please state your full name, position with the town of Oakham, and business address for town business.
John Warbus.
Chairman of the Oakham Planning Board, 2 Goldbrook Road, Oakham, 01068.
And you're in the same room as Mr. Broderick today? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Mr. Brock, can you hear him okay?
Not really.
Yeah, Matthew, if just logistically, if you can just kind of monitor that situation in your room, that when the other witnesses are speaking, that we can hear them. Most importantly, the stenographer, we need him. And Mr. Warbus, if you can speak up and toward wherever the microphone is, that'll be helpful. And did you hear his last answer, Mr. Brock?
I did. I
Okay.
did.
And Mr. Warbus, were the town responses to information requests, which include you as a witness, as well as the pre-filed testimony with your name signed under the penalties of perjury, prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
Are there any changes to the responses or to your testimony that you need to note to us at this time?
No.
Thank you, sir. Matthew, did I cover everybody?
Yes, you did.
Okay, great. Mr. Presiding Officer, I make the town panel of witnesses available for questioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chang will begin questioning.
Thank you, hearing officer, and good morning to the town witnesses. I have 2 questions for wetlands, and I'll direct it to all of the town witness, but obviously particularly to Mr. Allen, given his expertise. But I think other members, such as members of the Conservation Commission, are welcome to supplement information as your council see fit. Please refer to Exhibit OAK-AA, which is the testimony from Mr. Allen concerning the bordering vegetative wetland on the northeastern portion of the project property as identified in the wetland delineation prepared and revised by GEI consultants in 2019. And as before, I will refer this wetland as the northeastern wetland. I assume the witnesses are ready. So first of all, I want to submit a record request for a copy of the wetland delineation prepared and revised by GI consultants in 2019 as a report, if it was prepared as a report, or standalone maps if they were prepared as such. Hearing officer, I would like to make that record request.
Okay. We will call that record request RR OAK-3.
I believe to be EFSB, right? We are asking for it.
So, my apologies. RR EFSB and then 9.
Thank you. And to the witnesses, please walk me through the factors that led the town's determination that the northeastern wetland is a wetland. You may refer to Mr. Allen's testimony and provide the citation as necessary. Thank you.
And I just wanted to interject here for my town witnesses. Mr. Allen, you should take the lead on answering these questions. And then if Mr. Seeley or Chair Gatoulis, if you have anything to add, please speak up and, alert Matthew that you need to speak if you're in the room with Matthew, and Mr. Seeley, speak up when you get a break in the action. And I'm advising you now, I know you've been advised before, we have a stenographer who's taking down all of the proceedings. So as long as you let people finish, you'll have a chance to pipe in. So we're going to try to slow it down so that everybody has a chance to speak, but that nobody speaks over each other, okay?
Thank you. I'll start, Arthur Allen. So I was retained through the Oakham Planning Board by Mr. Warbass's direction to review the GEI wetland delineation and their original plan. I visited the site prior to the 2019 revisions with and accompanied by the GEI wetland scientists. I reviewed all of the wetland resource areas on the project site, and I noted the additional wetland in the northeast corner that had not been previously identified or delineated. I noted that that area had ponding, and it also discharged through a defined scoured intermittent stream channel. At my direction and in agreement with the GEI representatives, that additional northeast wetland and stream was added to the plan that's referred to as the 2019 GEI plan. I reviewed that plan with the revisions and acknowledged in writing that that plan showed all of what I believe to be the wetlands on the entirety of the site. Thank you.
Does anybody have anything to add to that answer?
I'll say something.
Go
The Oakham Conservation Commission has already determined that the Northeast wetlands are jurisdictional wetland resource areas that are protected under the Wetlands Protection Act. They include the intermittent stream seasonal ponding area that functions as a vernal pool habitat. And we are certain that they are wetland resource areas.
I just want to note, because I'm going to try to be quiet. I'm not here to testify today, but town witnesses, it might be easier if when you have something to add. That was great, Mr. Seeley. Maybe just raise your hand and indicate that you want to speak, and then I'll slow it down. And witnesses in the room with Mr. Broderick, just make sure that he knows that you need to speak, and then you can add to the testimony. I don't want to interject myself every time somebody gives an answer. So please either raise your hand or speak up if you have something to say. Otherwise, we're just going to move on with Mr. Chang's next questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pucci. A follow-up on Mr. Allen's response. What is the timing of your collaboration with GI that you just mentioned? Is it before or after the application of this proceeding was filed with the siting board?
I'll just check my notes. It was certainly before the subject of these proceedings. It goes back to April of 2019 when I coordinated with GEI.
Thank you. I think we're good on that question. I'll move on to the next one. And I would like to refer to the exhibit EFSB-OAK-18, including the attachments. There are 4 attachments, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Doing past wetland delineation and vernal pool certification efforts conducted by any parties on the project parcel were any federal and or state protected species identified and documented.
Arthur Allen, I would defer to the Conservation Commission because they did the vernal pool certification, collected that data.
Mr. Seeley, would you be able to answer that question for us, please?
Yes. So, no state listed rare species were found during my assessment of the vernal pools. I did find enough biological evidence to certify the vernal pools as vernal pool habitat, meaning that they have the characteristics to support state listed rare species.
If I could, it might be helpful to note which species were identified in the vernal pool.
Spotted salamander egg masses, wood frog tadpoles, gray tree frog tadpole,
I'm sorry, what was that last one?
gray tree frog tadpoles, American toad tadpoles, and I believe that was all of the documented biological evidence of breeding habitat of vernal pool species.
Thank you. Could you, Mr. Shealy, can you clarify what you meant by species that with characteristics that support state listed species?
Yes. So yeah, finding certain species in the vernal pools, these species are dependent on the specific ecology of vernal pools, and that ecology also supports state listed rare amphibians that are closely related to the species that I did find. So the presence of those species that I found indicate that the ecological and hydrological function of the vernal pools are sufficient to support rare species and many other ecosystem benefits across the landscape.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand the context of this. Are you saying that even though there's no state listed species identified, there could be, but you just didn't see it yet? Or are you trying to say even in the case that there are absence of state listed species, these areas should be protected because they could live there? Like if even though they're not there right now?
I would say yes to both of those. I think that it is likely that their rare species do use those pools, and also they should be protected regardless, because they contribute to landscape scale biodiversity conservation. Its location next to protected land. There's a lot of contiguous forest landscape and interconnected wetlands. I think it's very likely vernal pool species migrate really long distances between breeding habitat and upland habitat to complete their life cycle. So I think there is rare species habitat in the area, and there's sufficient upland habitat. It's just I think that it's very hard to actually find rare species because they're very rare, and they're only there certain times of the year. And so, yes, I believe there may be rare species, and the vernal pools should be protected regardless of whether they're used by rare species.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, I understand it would be nice to protect, I mean, it would be important to protect these habitats even with the absence of state listed species, but what is your understanding and interpretation of the state law and legal protection of these state listed species? Do they apply here? I understand what you would like to do, but does the regulations require the company to protect wetlands that does not have those species, state listed species?
Yes, regardless of whether or not there's evidence of state listed species using the vernal pools, they're protected under the Wetlands Protection Act, as long as they're in jurisdictional wetland resource areas. If they're in isolated wetlands that are not jurisdictional, they are still protected under the Massachusetts Surface Water Quality Standards and the Forest Cutting Practices Act.
Thank you. And also a follow-up on you mentioned about migration. Just want to verify. So are there adjacent habitats that that's surrounding this project parcel with habitats that could support these species?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yes, it's to the northwest of the property is a vernal pool core habitat mapped by the state. It's biomap vernal pool core habitat, and that means that it has the characteristics to support vernal pool dependent species. It has sufficient upland habitat and breeding areas like vernal pools for them to complete their entire life cycle. So it is mapped as vernal pool core habitat, and because these vernal pools are now certified, I believe the next time the map updates, which it does periodically, the 3 vernal pools that were newly certified will be part of the vernal pool core habitat. And there's also priority rare species habitat mapped by the state about a quarter mile to the northwest of the property.
Thank you. And can you explain a little bit about the migration and is it is something detrimental to the species or they naturally do that? And how do they do that? Like maybe doing what life cycle of what stage of their life cycle do they do that? And also maybe explaining how this project, including construction, might disrupt such migration or part of their life cycle.
Yeah, vernal pool species travel from upland habitat to the same vernal pools each season to breed. So they continue to go back to the same vernal pools over and over. It's recommended to have very expansive buffer zones around vernal pools to protect them from habitat fragmentation from development. So it's the Wetlands Protection Act is the bare minimum protecting them, giving them 100-foot buffers. It's recommended by most wetland scientists, wetlands conservationists and wildlife conservationists to expand those buffer zones because vernal pool species need a very expansive distances of upland habitat and vernal pool lowlands and uplands for to complete their life cycle. And a large scale development like this would fragment the vernal pools in multiple ways. It would disrupt the hydrology of the site fundamentally, altering the hydro periods of the vernal pools. They probably won't have the same hydrology. The water is going to be redirected, and it's going to fragment the existing wetland connectivity of the site. Also, the noise from construction and operation of this facility would functionally destroy these vernal pools. The amphibians will not tolerate this level of noise. I do have a chart that I submitted that shows the amphibian impact from human disturbances like noise, but these noises are very, very loud, and they will functionally destroy the vernal pool.
Thank you. And I want to bring back to what you mentioned about migration. So how flexible and adaptable, I understand development would change hydrology and other characteristics of the vernal pool and wetlands, but how adaptable are vernal pool species?
I would say if these vernal pools are, if this project is allowed at this site, the vernal pools will no longer exist, and the species probably it'll be loss of habitat, and it'll have a cascading ecological effect on the entire landscape, because there will be less of this habitat, which is becoming more and more rare because it often gets disregarded by developers and filled and built on. It's and that's why they need to be protected, because for biodiversity conservation, for ecosystems to function properly, these need to be distributed throughout the landscape, and there would be an impact on biodiversity and the species.
Okay, I understand. But given that we're not looking at state protected and rare species here, would that be a significant impact to the population? The wider population. I mean, I understand maybe it will be detrimental on the species living in this particular site, but I mean, what's the greater population like?
Well, one of the reasons that vernal pools are so important to protect is because they the species that breed in them, amphibians, they reproduce in very high numbers, and they it's actually the basis of the entire food web for the entire ecosystem. So other species within the protected forest to the north and will use those those species support their life cycle. So it's a relationship among species that they're the base of the food web, supporting mammals, reptiles, birds. So it has a regardless of whether there's rare species, it has a significant ecological impact to lose a vernal pool that supports those species that are the basis of the ecological food web.
Thank you. And I just want to check whether Mr. Allen or other witnesses have anything to add before I ask a slightly different question.
No.
Oh,
Thank you.
Could I add to that response?
certainly.
I also just want to say, vernal pools are, but beyond wildlife habitat, they also provide very important groundwater filtration functions. They capture pollutants before they're able to make it downstream. And they also provide flood storage during high flow, which mitigates impacts of flood. And they provide groundwater recharge, which will mitigate the impact of drought. And it's very important since Oakham, we all rely on private well water that's 100% naturally filtered. So having these water filtration and groundwater recharge functions are very important.
Thank you. Next question. Let's see. The company wetland expert, Mr. Bergeron, they mentioned that sometimes when you try to assess a vernal pool and wetland, you may identify egg masses or tadpoles even of certain wetland-related species, but the vernal pool may not be there long enough for them to, go through the whole cycle, and that is a factor in the identification of vernal pools and surrounding wetlands. What's your response to that? And this is not only to Mr. Shealy, but to all town witnesses.
I would say that the vernal pool certification process is designed to it's designed to ensure that a certified vernal pool meets the hydro period and the ecology to support vernal pool dependent species. So the experts at Mass Wildlife, Natural Heritage, and Endangered Species Program have reviewed the evidence I submitted, and they have determined that this pool meets the criteria to support vernal pool dependent species for the long term, absent of disturbance.
Anything else to add from other town witnesses, or?
Nothing here.
No.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Mr. Broderick, I
Thank
said
you.
nothing here.
Thank you, Mr. Broderick. Mr. Allen, are you good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shealy, for the response. But could it be that the timing of the delineation done by the company consultants and the town consultants being different, either too early in the season, too late, or a different season that resulted in the disagreement of the delineation?
I could answer that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's the vernal pool identification is very seasonal. There's only a short window of several months in the spring when in a season with normal water tables where you can identify these species and the requisite hydrology. So depending on when the company's wetland delineation was done, particularly that northeast wetland is a seasonal wetland, and it could have very well been dry and likely, they did not observe the species at the time. It's also in a part of the site that was historically disturbed for the old junkyard. So, the vegetation's been developing in there over the years, but it's still not fully developed natural woody vegetation. So that, I can understand how that area could have been missed, and certainly, associated, vernal pool species could have been missed, depending on the season. Essentially, essentially there's about 2 months in the spring when, when the vernal pools can have been identified, and that would be the period where, you'd see the ponding and the flow out of the ponding area in the intermittent stream. And that could easily be missed depending on the timing.
Mr. Allen, so will you think, given the variability of the timing and the identification, is it the DEP policy that try to be a more conservative approach to try to protect?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, is it the DEP policy? What?
Let me rephrase that. Does DEP take a more conservative approach and identify the vernal pools and wetlands in a more encompassing way, even when the vernal pools may not be identified at all times?
Right, yeah, I mean, the wetland should be able to be identified essentially, at any point in the year, assuming you don't have snow cover or frozen ground, because the identification of the wetland is based on the physical characteristics that you can see at any time of the year. Essentially, they're based on the presence of water, saturation, soil characteristics, identified vegetation that's found in wetland areas called hydrophytic vegetation. So those characteristics from someone who's trained should be able to, those should be obvious at any time in the year. Although, again, if your focus is just on observing water, either ponding water or flowing water, in particular that northeast wetland, if you walk through it, in most of the summer and fall period, under dry or drought conditions, you would not see those very obvious indicators of ponding or flowing water. But someone who's trained, again, and observant, should notice both the requisite wetland vegetation, the soil characteristics, and just the physical, the ponding basin, absent water, and the scoured stream draining out of the ponding basin, whether the water's there or not. So it just depends on, your training and how hard you looked. It's possible that, not everyone, they sometimes use remote resources to identify areas that they focus on in the field, and they may not have even have seen this area when they looked at it. But again, if you look at the entire site carefully, those indicators are there throughout the year.
Thank you. So by wetland, do you also include intermittent stream in your response?
Correct, because by definition, a stream to be regulated has to flow within or out of a vegetated wetland. So the stream has to be associated with a vegetated wetland, and it has to have a defined channel in the ground, and the resource area associated is called bank, stream bank. And then between the banks, there's a resource area called land under water. And again, those things have to be associated with a vegetated wetland. So draining within a vegetated wetland or out of a vegetated wetland. And in the case of that northeastern wetland, you have the ponding basin with vegetation and soils, and then you have the scoured stream channel that drains out of it, making the vegetated wetland bordering on the stream, and then the stream having the associated bank and land underwater.
Thank you.
May I just add another point?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Mr. Broderick.
Thank you.
you know, we've heard that the wetlands delineation was done at a time that perhaps was not the best for identifying vernal pools and even some wetland features. I would just like to point out that in previous testimony, the company has asserted that they've had control of the property since 2022. And the site professionals they've employed to visit the property.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. And the professional what?
The site professionals that the company has hired to visit testified.
I'm sorry, sir. You've broken up. And the site professionals that the company has hired to visit.
Property testified. They,
Hang on,
Visiting.
Mr. Broderick. This is Attorney Pucci. You guys have a really bad connection today. That was why you couldn't get me earlier. It was immediately dropping, and so I know it's in your room. I don't know if you guys have because we haven't had a problem with your connection from that room before, but today there's a real problem. I can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear you.
Mr. Pucci, if they could try calling in to the hearing, that might be helpful.
I appreciate that. Did you hear that, Mr. Broderick?
yes, I heard that. We'll try to fix it here. One moment. Is this any better?
For so far, we'll see.
Okay. Can you read back where you left off?
Just a moment. I would just like to point out that in previous testimony, the company has asserted that they've had control of the property since 2022. And the site professionals that the company has hired to visit the property have testified that they have
been to the property on multiple occasions since, I believe, 2024. I'd be off on that year, but it's been, you know, more than a year that they've had the opportunity to observe that property. Thank you.
And I still think it would be. I heard that. I'm sure Mr. Brock did, or he'd say it. But I still think it would be helpful if you would call in, like Mr. Chang suggested, because it's still a little scratchy. I don't know.
We will try, but we're also not having good success with our phone either.
Right. Okay.
I'll try to make some additional adjustments here. Is this any better?
I mean, from what you just said, we heard that, but I don't know if you start testifying. I mean, we can proceed. As long as Mr. Brock can hear you, he's going to make a transcript of it. But so he'll pipe in, I guess, if it gets bad again.
Thank you, Mr. Pucci and the town witnesses. I think that wrapped up my questions. So thank you, and I'll give it back to the hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. We'll ask questions now regarding zoning. And I direct it to the panel. Does the town take the position that the proposed project violates the Oakham zoning bylaw?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Why, on what basis does the town take that position?
Philip Warbass, the The primary reason is that we have a provision in our bylaw first that is standalone.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you speak up? Sir, we have a provision of the bylaw.
That specifically prohibits standalone battery storage, energy storage systems. And we also have a provision in our bylaw that if a proposed use is not on the list of allowed uses by special permit, it can't even be entertained for a special permit application. And finally, we have a provision in the bylaw that specifically prohibits industrial use in the town of Oakham.
And why, do you know what the purpose of the prohibition against standalone battery projects is?
Yes. The town is zoned as rural residential throughout. We have no industrial zoning in the town. And we consider this project to be a industrial use. And because of our vestigial public safety services available, we feel that industrial use is a public safety hazard that the town cannot address. And it is also a environmental concern for the town that we feel is not appropriate for this setting, given its situation directly adjacent to the Ware River watershed and abutting residential properties.
And when you reference a standalone project, I believe you're referring to a standalone that's separate from an appurtenant solar installation. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what is the intent of having that requirement that the battery project be appurtenant to a solar project?
The town, under state law, is not able to prohibit large-scale solar installations. So we do have provisions for large-scale solar installations being permitted in town. And we understood at the time that those were developed that battery storage may be part and parcel of those installations to serve them locally. So that was baked into that zoning provision. However, we limited the amount of battery storage that could be offered to, I believe, 50% of the megawatt rating of that particular installation, again, for public safety reasons.
I see.
May I add at this point, a typical solar installation, the only one that was built in Oakham so far has a megawatt capacity of 2.6 megawatts. So the solar storage allowed, battery storage allowed with that site would be less than 2 megawatts.
Okay. So I understand that the allowance for a battery project under certain conditions that's appurtenant to a solar installation was an effort to comply with state law. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I received the Attorney General's letter dated January 4, 2023, either from Mr. Pucci or Mr. Reich. Mr. Pucci, Are you willing to offer that as an exhibit or sponsor that as an exhibit?
If you'd like me to, I mean, it's a public record. You can make it an exhibit if you want. I didn't,
okay.
I mean, I'm not really basing my case on it. So I'm happy to offer it as an exhibit if you'd like me to, or you can just enter it as a sighting board exhibit. I'm not sure. I don't object either way if you'd like
Yeah.
it as an
Well,
exhibit.
let me ask Mr. Reich, because it was, I believe, Mr. Ferry or Mr. Reich who first brought that up. Mr. Reich, are you willing to sponsor that as an exhibit? All right. Thank you, Mr. Pucci. I think just for convenience, it'll be easier if we list it as an exhibit.
I'm happy
from
to
the town.
list it.
So
sure, that's I have no objection to that. We can list it as a. It really it only came up because Mr. Benito talked about their timeline. And again, it is what it is. It's clearly the approval of the bylaw from the AG's office. So I certainly don't object if you take it as offered by the town as a town exhibit.
all right. Thank you very much. So I would.
I'm sorry, just 1 second, please. I've got a technical issue. Just a second. Sorry. Okay, no, thank you.
Mr. Reich, you're back.
My apologies, I was offline. Yes, I'm fine with Mr. Pucci. If Mr. Pucci wants to enter it as an exhibit, that's fine. Or it could be taken as as a public, taken cognizance by the board as a public record. Thank you.
I think just for convenience, it'll be easier if it's an exhibit, and then we can reference it as we do the other documents in this matter. So I'd propose that we call it Exhibit OAKA. And this document, I forwarded it this morning to the service list. It was the document that I had received, I believe, on Monday from Mr. Pucci. It's dated January 4, 2023. It's a 6-page letter. To the panel, are you familiar with this letter this letter?
Yes.
Yes.
And I just, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I mostly want to reference portions of it and just read portions of it into the record. So I'm going to go to page 3, the top of page 3, the beginning of Article 3. There's a line that says, the town cannot apply the bylaw amendments in a way that would interfere with the protections in general laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3.
Sorry, in a way that would interfere
with the protections in general laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3. Did I read that correctly?
I'm not looking at a copy of it, but yes, I'll accept that.
Let's, do you have access to your email?
Yes,
We'll put it up on the screen. That'll be the best way. Thank you.
Give me a second here.
Great. So I will just say it again. I'm reading right there at the beginning of Article 3. The town cannot apply the bylaw amendments in a way that would interfere with the protections in General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then going down to that first indented paragraph, I'll read that. No zoning bylaw shall prohibit or unreasonably regulate the installation of solar energy systems or the building of structures that facilitate the collection of solar energy, except where necessary to protect the public health, safety, or welfare. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then if we can scroll down to the bottom of the page to the footnote 2. Just the first sentence, battery energy storage systems
Sorry.
qualify as structures that facilitate the collection of solar energy under General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Those are the three provisions I wanted to highlight and have on the record. A specific question about the zoning bylaw. There's a setback requirement of 50 feet. And the company asserts that the way it designed the project encroaches upon that 50-foot setback. Would you please speak to the harm, if any, that such encroachment causes to the town or to abutting properties?
Have that. I would just, I'm not sure exactly where in the facility layout you're referring to, but just knowing the general vicinity of the facility, we do think that there could be wetlands impacted at some point around the perimeter of the facility within the 50-foot setback.
Are there additional concerns that the town has for the town or its abutters based on the encroachment of the setback?
Oh, much more than just the encroachment of the setback. It's the proximity to the residents and to the Oakham Center's elementary school. The 50-foot setback is minuscule.
So I think I'm hearing you to say that the effect that the town is concerned with the effect of the project, whether it's abides by the 50 foot, whether it encroaches or it doesn't encroach. Is that accurate to say?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, and I don't believe the board staff has further questions. So I would invite the company to ask questions unless we want to take a break. Well, I think we'll continue for a little while if that's okay. Mr. Broderick.
Yeah, I would just like to comment on the language that you read into the record from the Attorney General's office, if I may.
Please do.
Our interpretation of that is that, and this is one of the reasons why we did include provisions for battery storage at large-scale solar energy facilities, is that if batteries are directly connected to a large-scale solar collection facility, it can be reasonably expected that those batteries will be collecting solar energy. Grid scale battery facilities that are connected to the grid, we do not believe are predominantly collecting, especially under today's conditions, solar energy. So we do not believe that it was protected under 40A in this case.
And Mr. Broderick, what do you mean when you say especially under today's conditions?
The net amount on a sunny day solar collection that is being fed into the grid by percentage, we don't believe meets the threshold of what we would call solar collection predominantly.
That shows up in the transcripts of the previous hearings too.
So when you refer to today's conditions, are you talking about today's weather? Today, March 11th?
I'm talking about the solar contribution annually into the grid from an array of solar collection. Yes, that does vary day to day.
I'm sorry, sir, you've dropped out again. Into the grid from the current array of solar collection statewide.
And yes, that also is sensitive to daily weather conditions as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Broderick.
Yeah, and Mr. Presiding Officer, I just wanted to note, I would never object to one of your questions. I would be like disagreeing with my wife. That would be a very poor practice. But I did want to just note the issues that you're addressing through the AG's letter are a legal issue. And that is basically the town's position. I think you've zeroed in on it exactly in terms of what's set forth in the AG's letter. It's the town's position, and this will be in post-hearing briefing. One of the reasons that the project should be denied is that there isn't enough of a connection between the large-scale standalone BESS and the collection of solar energy. So that will be tied into our arguments under the Climate Act. So I just wanted to note that legal issue for you, kind of preview. I think that's a central issue in the case is, does the standalone BESS facility even qualify under the Climate Act?
Thank you, Mr. Pucci. And I was sensitive. I didn't ask the witnesses to interpret the letter. I was just reading in provisions so they would have it on the record.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kaplan, do you have questions for the town's panel?
So we do. Would it be possible just to take a brief break?
Certainly would. Yes.
Thank you.
Let's do a 15-minute break. Does that work, Mr. Brock?
Certainly.
Okay. We
you
will
very much.
resume at 11:28. Thank you. Off the record. Hello. Okay, we're back on the record. I want to make a correction. I had earlier stated the record request number was RR EFSB -9. I'd like to change that to 10, please. Mr. Brock, can you change that
Yeah,
on the transcript?
I can.
That would be great. Thank you. Attorney Kaplan or Attorney Albert, please.
Mr. Albert's turn.
Thank you and good morning. I'm going to start with some questions for Mr. Seeley, please. And this is Evan Albert on behalf of the company. Good morning, Mr. Seeley.
Morning.
Could you please turn first to the response to EFSB-Oak-10, which is a response that you're the witness for?
Yes, I'm there.
And I know there was a supplemental response filed. I think this language is in both, but in the second paragraph, in the middle of that paragraph, you say it, and I believe it, you're referring to the forest.
Sorry, you say what?
You say it, and I was clarifying that I believe it here refers to the forest. Functions as an essential buffer between higher elevations, historically used as an auto recycling site, open parens, likely replete with contaminated soils, close parens. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you now turn, please, to Oak-171, parentheses 1? Do you have that?
I don't have it on me.
All right, if you give me a moment, I can pull it up. So this is an email from you to Mark Bergeron dated October 20th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize this email?
Yes, sir. I've been trying to contact Mark to try to get on the same page with no response.
And among other things in this email, and this is the fourth paragraph of the email, you say, while it is regrettable that this ecologically significant site was previously an auto salvage yard, my observations and soil samples indicate incredible biodiversity and no heavy metal contamination. The land is in surprisingly decent condition, given its history of poor land use. You see that?
Yes, sir.
First of all, you conducted soil samples on this property?
Yeah, when I was certifying the vernal pools, I did take one sample and tested it at the UMass Soil Sampling Lab, which is a small soil lab at the University of Massachusetts Amherst.
And it showed no heavy metal contamination?
That test didn't show anything above thresholds, but I have never, I'm not qualified to take soil samples. I'm not a soil scientist. I don't think I took them correctly. I had a small soil shovel, so I don't think that indicates, that one sample indicates anything about the soil quality.
But despite that you are not apparently qualified to take soil samples, just saying, that did not prevent you from representing to the siting board on February 20th, 2026, that the site was likely replete with contaminated soils, even though your own sample found none, no contamination?
Yes, because prior land use of the auto salvage yard, I believe there's a high probability that there are areas on the property that may have contaminated soil, and removing that forest would present a risk of that contamination being released into our water supply.
notwithstanding that in your email on October 20th, 2025 to Mr. Bergeron, you say the land is in surprisingly decent condition given its history of poor land use.
Yes, I said that because I noticed the land is recovering remarkably. There's early successional habitat popping up all over the property, so it is recovering. Vegetation is able to grow, and that's why I represented it in that way, because there are areas that are going back to its natural state.
All right, if we could now. Actually, let me ask you, you mentioned that you conducted a soil sample while you were on the property, correct?
Yes.
Did you have permission from the landowner to be on the property at that time?
I did not. I entered the property through the southeast corner near the one of the vernal pools, and there were no posted signs.
You understand the property to be private property, do you not?
I do understand that now.
Now, did you not at the time?
At the time, I was
Mr.
exploring.
Albert, sorry. Are these questions relevant? I'm concerned about intimidating the witness with these questions.
I think it's fair to ask in the context of what's been presented and Mr. Seeley's role within the town and on the Conservation Commission, whether he was conducting these activities in accordance with the law and private property rights, and how he went about his investigation. I do think it bears on what he found in his investigation generally. So I don't need to ask a lot of these questions, but I did at least intend to ask a couple along those lines.
Well, I heard the question of whether he had permission to be on the property, and he said he didn't. And do you have any more questions you need to ask beyond that?
At this time, I can move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, there were some questions earlier about state-listed rare species. And you've spent a fairly extensive amount of time on this site, is that correct?
I did spend a fair amount of time on the site assessing the wetlands and their function as wildlife habitat.
And I just want to be sure that the record is clear on this point. In your time on the site, you did not find any state-listed rare species, correct?
I did not. I started my assessment in late May, which is typically too late for the rare and state-listed rare species to be on the property.
And the state does not have anything mapped on this site for state-listed species, correct?
Not on the site.
Thank you.
But the state's mapping is an estimate.
But there is no state-listed rare species mapped on this site. Is that not, in fact, correct?
It is correct.
And there is no action required under the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act to protect any habitat on this site for that reason. Do you agree?
I do not agree. Vernal pool habitat is protected under the Wetlands Protection Act.
My question was specific to the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act.
Oh, yes, that is correct. The Massachusetts Endangered Species Act does not apply unless there is a state listed rare species in the property.
Now you're a member of the Oakham Conservation Commission.
Yes.
When did you become a member?
I became a member in September of 2025.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you're not a resident of Oakham. Is that correct?
I'm not.
And so why did you join the Oakham Conservation Commission in September of 2025 if you're not a resident of the town?
I object.
Basis for your objection?
It's not relevant. You don't have to be a resident of a town to join the town's conservation commission under Massachusetts law.
Reason for relevance, Attorney Albert?
It goes to his opposition for the project, and we think it's fair to show that this witness is frankly opposed to the project, and that he joined the Conservation Commission because of this project to oppose it.
Yeah, I don't find it relevant whether he's a resident or not. So sustained.
Now, are you familiar with the most current guidelines for the certification of vernal pool habitat published by the Massachusetts Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Did you consult those guidelines when you were considering, or when you were on the site collecting evidence that could support certification of the vernal pools on the site?
Yes.
Do you recognize that according to the current guidelines, there must be both biological and physical documentation to certify an area as a vernal pool?
Yes.
Now, one of the things you said earlier is that one of the things that's required is evidence of hydro period.
Yes, that is a requirement for certain circumstances.
And can you just explain what hydro period is?
Hydro period is the amount of time that the pool holds water. And just to clarify, with the evidence that I submitted was the biological evidence alone proved the hydro period. For one of the vernal pools, the hydro period was waived because the Mass Wildlife Authority said that it is obvious that the hydro period is sufficient. But I did, that's the end of my answer.
So just to be clear, then, you did not collect documentation or evidence of hydro period in what you submitted to the state?
What I submitted to the state was sufficient based on my consultation with the state, the issuing authority for vernal pool certification. I communicated with Mass Wildlife and asked them specifically what they would need for vernal pool certification, and I did that exactly.
But my question was, and I'd just like an answer to this question, it is correct, is it not, that you did not collect documentation or evidence of the hydro period in what you submitted to the state?
Some of what I collected may have proved hydro period. I collected quite a bit of evidence. I have hundreds of photos of those areas, and I sent a lot of it to Mass Wildlife, and they said that it was sufficient.
Without knowing the hydro period, you don't in fact know whether these areas serve as successful vernal pools.
That's not true. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That's actually not true. In certain circumstances, the evidence, the successful breeding of species alone proves the hydro period, because these species would not survive if the hydro period was not sufficient. So for 5 spotted salamander egg masses, for example, to be in a vernal pool, the hydro period would need to be sufficient to support that. So that's that's kind of how it works.
Well, can I have you turn to EFSB 18.1, please?
I don't have that on me. I only have the information request that I responded to directly.
Okay, I'll pull it up if you can give me a minute. And sorry, I misspoke. This is EFSB-Oak-18, Friends 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
And the first email in this chain is dated Saturday, May 24th, 2025, from you to Jacob Kubel, who is with Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program at the Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Kelleher, could I ask the Moraga, sorry, could I ask even if he could center those documents on the screen? I couldn't see the whole document.
Is that better now?
Well, now it's so large that it's still not.
Mr.
So
Reich,
it's centered, and maybe we could shrink it a little bit.
so Mr. Reich, it might be on your end. You have to select at the top of your screen. This is Mr. Wong, by the way. There should be a zoom function, and you might want to have it fit to window rather than whatever size it's zoomed into right now. Are you able to do that?
I'm looking for the tool that you're referencing.
So it should be like on my screen, it says Eben Albert's screen, and then there's 3 dots beside it. Do you have that at the top of your Zoom window?
May I suggest we go off the record?
Okay.
Yes, off the record. Thank you.
I don't, when you say Eben Albert's screen, I don't think I see that.
Let's see. What do you have at the top of your Zoom window?
I have a number of testimony of Arthur Allen, testimony of Warbass, and so forth. And then beneath that, I have a magnifying tool. Is that what you're talking about?
That could be it. If you could click on that magnifying tool and see if it gives you an option to fit to window rather than zoom whatever percentage it's at right now.
Yeah, let me see. Yes, I see. That works. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. On the record, please.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So in the first paragraph of this email, the third sentence, you say, I went to the site today with 2 of my friends who work for DCR, and we are all in agreement that what we saw today are vernal pools. So in effect, you're reaching out to Mr. Kubel to try to certify these pools as vernal pools, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in the next paragraph, you say, I'm going back to the site tomorrow and throughout next week to get photos from above with a drone and to get pictures of amphibian activity and hopefully wood frog tadpoles, correct?
Correct.
And so what was it that caused you to go to the site to try to certify these areas as vernal pools?
When I heard about this proposed development, I heard that there may be vernal pools on this site, and I'm not sure where that originally came from. So I took a look on aerial imagery, and I saw locations that did look like vernal pools from aerial imagery. So I then investigated further by walking the property border, and I saw the vernal pool in the southeast corner, and I investigated further.
All right, if you could look at the next email down. Mr. Kubel responds to you, one thing to note, if you were attempting to certify with egg masses, I'll need to be able to see at least 5 distinct masses were observed on the same date. He says, I can confirm from the photos you sent that at least 2 egg masses were photographed, possibly 3, but he's not sure. Correct?
Correct.
We continue down this chain. I just want to get an understanding of the back and forth in this email chain. On May 29th, 2025, you send another email to Mr. Kubel that says you returned to the site and took many pictures and videos that day. And you say, we also believe that we found wood frog egg masses in and around both pools. All right.
That's correct.
And is this your second or your third visit to the site at this point?
I don't recall which visit it was. That was a long time ago.
It was at least your second visit, correct? Because we saw that you had visited the site once prior, and then that was at least a second visit.
I'm not sure.
Okay. On May 29th, 2025, Jacob Kubel now responds to you, and among other things, he says, historically, it looks like there was a very small area of pooling at this location. He said, I saw 3 spotted salamander egg masses in your video. He says, I did not see any wood frog egg masses. I did see algae with embedded air bubbles and a pollen coat over both. So essentially, I think what he's saying there is that what you had identified as potential wood frog egg masses were not. They were algae covered with, or air bubbles.
I'm sorry that what you had identified as potential
wood frog egg masses were in fact air bubbles covered with algae. Is that right?
That's correct. They didn't meet the criteria for evidence. They were something else.
And he does say here in this paragraph, I'm not confident that it is a viable vernal pool habitat.
Yep. But just to clarify, in this paragraph, we're discussing a different pool. There is other smaller pools in the southeast corner that I attempted to gather evidence for. So there were pools that did not have 5 spotted salamander egg masses in them that I moved on from to certify the bigger pools.
And just to skip ahead a little bit, the end of this email, he says, to summarize, I generally do not have a great feeling about pool 1. Pool 2 seems more viable from a surface area standpoint, but it does seem shallow. And it sounds like you've only seen 1 egg mass in it. And he says, I'm sorry, this is not encouraging news, but we need to be confident that pools that are approved for certification do indeed function as vernal pool habitat as defined in the Wetlands Protection Act regulations, correct?
That's correct. Pool 2 is the large vernal pool in the southeast corner. And we returned to it, did a systematic search, and found 5 egg masses in there.
Yes, and that's what's referenced in this email from June 2nd. You say you returned to the site the day prior, and you say after several hours of careful and systematic searching in the pool, we were able to discover 5 to 6 spotted salamander egg masses in vernal pool 2. And you ask, is this sufficient evidence to move forward with state certification?
Correct.
And you also asked whether you need additional evidence to confirm the hydro period, which is what you had referenced earlier.
Correct.
And Mr. Kubel responded that he did not require further monitoring of the hydro period for that particular pool.
Yes, because in this circumstance, the biological evidence was sufficient to meet the criteria alone.
So based on that back and forth, well, first of all, you've been present during other days of this hearing, is that correct?
I have been following the hearing.
Did you hear that the company is not contesting the certification of these vernal pools?
I did. They're officially certified by the state. That can't be changed.
Would you agree that based on what we've seen, the process of certifying vernal pools is imperfect?
I believe that if the state thinks that the evidence is sufficient, that's meaningful, and that's all that really matters.
And in this case, it took going back out to the site several times and then engaging in what you'd said was several hours of careful and systematic study before you found sufficient evidence to have the state certify them. Is that?
I'm going to object at this point, Mr. Presiding Officer.
On what basis?
Again, on relevance. I've let all these questions go. You know, Epsilon may want to just dance on the head of a needle to say that they contested, it doesn't comply. Yes, we agree. Whatever, I've yet to figure out what their position is, but these are state certified vernal pools. So that issue is done. And you know, I'm allowing all these questions to go because, you know, it's cross-examination, and I'm allowing it to go and to get further information out. But I think we've gone long enough about probing into the process by which these were certified. They're state certified vernal pools.
I actually find the questions relevant, but it's already been answered. So objection sustained.
Could I answer and say that it's actually remarkable that there is that many vernal pool species there that late in the season, late May into early summer. Most of the breeding activity is much earlier in the spring. So that's why I think actually the presence of what the species that I found indicates that earlier in the season, there is a much more biodiverse ecosystem in those vernal pools.
So I think at this point, those are all my questions for Mr. Seeley. Thank you very much. I could have a moment to confirm.
And to the town witness panel, I don't mind saying this on the record, regardless of who the question is directed to specifically, any witness on the panel can weigh in if they have further information to give.
So we have no further questions for the town's witnesses.
To revisit that as well. Okay. Mr. Reich, wondering if you have questions for the town's witnesses.
I do not.
Let me just confer with my colleagues here. let me check in about a few things. Does the company have redirect that it would like to conduct for any of its witnesses?
Actually, just give me one moment, please.
And sorry to interrupt, but I'm just going to be asking questions just to get an idea of what additional examination the various parties wish to conduct. But I will wait for the company's answer on this question.
So I don't think we know yet. I'm not sure that process has been completed.
I'm sorry, I don't know that what?
Oh, I'm not sure that we have an answer to that question yet. I think we're waiting for, I know that some of the witnesses are coming back next Wednesday. And so if we have any redirect, it would likely be after everybody's been crossed.
Okay, by that, do you mean that you would like to wait to conduct any redirect until after all cross-examination has taken place?
Very eloquently said, Mr. Presiding Officer, yes.
All right, fair enough. Does the town have redirect for its witnesses?
No.
Okay. Mr. Reich, would you like to present your witness?
If I might, Mr. Kelleher, my witness and I have had limited ability to speak since you announced that he would be testifying today. I fully thought and expected that he wouldn't be testifying until much closer to the end of the entire proceeding. So I was intending to try to speak with him today before he got on the stand, and I'd like to take that opportunity at a lunch break.
Are the Salpes present? Do they have any cross-examination of any of the witnesses? Let me just take a quick break. Mr. Reich, do you anticipate that you can speak with your witness during lunch and that will give you enough time to then present him after lunch?
I believe so. Looking at the long list of witnesses that Mr. Pucci had, I thought that his questioning would go on much longer, but I think that'll be suffice. That will suffice. I'll let you know when we come back, but I'm confident we can proceed at that point.
Okay. Does anybody have any ideas of additional testimony that we can have today after lunch?
I, speaking for the town, do not know of any, and I was also curious as to whether my witness panel may be excused.
Well, I do expect that your witness panel may be excused because the company has indicated they have no further questions. Mr. Reich has indicated that he has no further questions, and same with the board staff. So yes, you may excuse the town's witnesses.
Great. We'll do that before, just hang on, town witnesses, for a moment. So to answer your question too, I don't anticipate it happening today because it wasn't supposed to happen today, but the only items I have left on my list that I intend to do is the cross-examination of the company's noise expert and the cross-examination of Mr. Morris, both of which are scheduled for next week. And on the schedule you sent out yesterday, that was going to be Wednesday and Friday of next week. I'm flexible on that if you wanted to move one back to Wednesday, but I did want to confirm that, the schedule for that today, so that I know when I'm back on. And then after we're done with this discussion now, we can excuse the town panel of witnesses.
Mr. Chang. Okay, we'll go off for a moment. All right. We do have one. Well, we do have additional questioning, perhaps just one question from Mr. Chang.
Thank you, hearing officer. So bear with me just before the lunch break. Refer to exhibit EFSB-OAK-11. And the question will be directed generally to the town's witnesses. And assuming you're ready, describe the specific sound levels and any other sound conditions, such as pure tones and sound patterns, that the town have expressed concern about in relation to the project noise impact on children doing their schoolwork, and provide supporting evidence from authoritative sources if necessary.
Is there any possibility you could put the exhibit on the screen for us to see here?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Witnesses, none of you should guess or speculate. If you have personal knowledge responsive to Mr. Chang's question, you can answer it. If you're guessing or speculating, you should just indicate that you don't have an answer to it.
Let's see. EFSB OAK. Wait a sec. Sorry, taking me a little moment. Bear with me. Just a moment. Sorry, still trying to locate the file. Please give us another minute. Thank you, Ms. Low. Let's scroll down a little bit. Yes, I think it's regarding response 1. And let me restate my question, as the town witness can read on the screen from the exhibit. Please describe the specific sound levels and any other sound conditions, such as pure tones and sound patterns, that the town have expressed concern about in relation to project noise impact on children doing their schoolwork.
This is Mr. Broderick. I'll answer that. So we have 2 concerns. One is around the construction noise. The Oakham Center School is a little over 2,000 feet linear distance from the project site. So we do have concerns about loud trucking and also other construction noise that would happen on the property during the construction phase during the hours that the Oakham Center School is in session. As far as pure tones and operational noise, our understanding from the drawings that we've seen, and I'll acknowledge that it's not at completion stage yet, but it appears to us that the sound wall placements are in the opposite direction of the school. In other words, they're not on the side of the facility that would block sound vectoring towards the school from the facility, meaning that it appears to us it would be an open air arrangement. We're aware that low frequency sounds in particular at the 60 and 30 hertz range would not be filtered by any trees that are in between the properties and would reach the school. And we're also aware that some of the equipment produces those types of sound wave cycles. Given that this is a 24/7 operation, we believe that we can expect that sound would be a constant, and it would be penetrating not just the school property, but the walls of the school as well.
The initial construction, if I may speak, Philip Warbass, the initial construction would involve construction of the road from the interior part of what used to be the junkyard down into the proposed area. Construction of the road would be extensive to carry the later heavy equipment. Then they have to log that entire 5.9, 6-acre forest area, remove all of the trees, grind the product, excavate and grind all of the stumps, and there may even be a rock crusher when they begin to do the grading. All of that construction noise is anticipated to last probably a year, for a good, including a good portion of the school year.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure all the town witnesses are good with that response. Just to clarify, so I hear of obviously two distinctive components of the concerns. One is regarding project construction, the other is operation of the project. Regarding construction, the town concern is with trucks and also heavy equipments and work taking place. And then on the operation is concern about constant noise levels and the fact that the sound walls is not, there won't be a sound wall to the south. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, except it might be,
I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I believe the sound wall that we were, placement that we were questioning was actually to the, I think, the northwest part of the facility.
To the northwest part of the facility.
Residences.
Is that toward the school or is it away from the
That would
school?
be in between the school and the perimeter of the facility is what I was referring to.
Okay.
Maybe it's actually southwest. I'm just doing this from memory, so I'm sorry.
Yes,
But
the center school
suffice to say, it
is,
would be between the school and the facility.
okay. That's more specific. Thank you. That's all for my questioning. Thank you for the town witnesses and thank you, hearing officer.
Great. We will break for lunch with the plan to have Mr. Reich present his witness and then conduct a cross-examination, if any, of his witness.
And to be clear, my panel is excused for the rest of the day.
Yes, Mr. Pucci, thank you.
Thank you.
We will reconvene at 1:20 off the record. Thank you. Hello, we're not on the record, but let's just see that everyone's here. Mr. Kaplan, can you say hello?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Reich, are you here?
Hold on. I am here, yes.
Perfect. And Mr. Pucci, I can see you there as well.
Yes, I'm here.
Are the Salpes present? No, and I see Stevens are present, at least one of them. Great. Mr. Reich, are you prepared to begin to present your witness?
I am. Just a preliminary matter.
I'm sorry, are we on the record?
Now on the record. Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Sorry, just a preliminary issue. I have two photos and a diagram, all of which have been loaded into the system, but I'd like to have them on the screen for Mr. Stevens to testify about. And so the question is this something I know I can get the plat up. I probably can get them all three up, but if your staff has access to the two pictures I put into the record last night, and then a plat plan, which was in the first set of exhibits that I put into the record several weeks ago, that would be helpful.
Sure. Mr. Chang, is it fair to say we can put those up on the screen?
Yes, I have them.
Yeah, we will be able to do that.
That's very good. Okay. All right.
Can you let us know which one will be starting with?
I'll be starting with a plat plan, but I have some introductory questions for Mr.
Absolutely.
Introductory questions on direct, and then we can go to that. All right.
Yeah, let's just introduce him, and then I will swear him in.
Sure. The represented intervener party's witness is James R. Shields. Sorry, James R. Stevens. My apologies. James R. Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that your testimony during this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I cannot hear you.
Jim, are you on mute? You're on mute. Now you're definitely on mute. There we go.
So maybe you go ahead and look at your computer, see if there's something that's blocking your mic on the computer.
Go off record.
Let's go off record.
So there might you're not muted and we can see you talking, but could you check if your audio is are you on Zoom right now? Yep. Can you look at the bottom part of the Zoom window and look at your audio and see if you select for options for audio, if there's a different microphone you can try to choose. Like by the audio, where the microphone icon is, there should be an up button. And if there's a way to choose a different microphone, no? Can you check if you're on your computer itself, not on Zoom, if your microphone is muted? So it could be on my computer, it's the F8 key. There's a microphone. You could also try to call in.
Right now you're showing mute on the screen.
Do that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, great.
I switched.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Daniel,
switched
do
to
you
my
wanna-
wife's phone, so.
Do you want to
No, I
go
can't.
back, go back on the record? Yeah. Go back on the record. Yeah.
No, I
On the
can't.
record, please.
Okay, now I can hear you.
So I'll ask again, would you raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you swear, Mr. Stevens, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give during this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're now under oath. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Stevens, thank you for correcting the volume. That might be the scariest thing that happens today.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. Mr. Stevens, did you prepare and submit pre-filed testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay. And was the pre-filed testimony prepared by you?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that pre-filed testimony, or if not changes, additions to clarify any testimony?
Yes.
All right. Prior to filing this pre-filed testimony, have you ever testified publicly or submitted testimony or statements to anyone regarding this BEST project in Oakham?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly say which statements those were and when they were given?
I'm not positive on the date, but I wrote a letter to the EFSB and I spoke at the public comments hearing, and what was the other one?
Well, you had
another letter too. So I sent in 2 letters and I spoke at the public hearing.
all right. Was one of those letters, just to simplify things, if I could ask, was one of those letters to Mr. Wang?
Wayne, yes.
Yeah, and was that submitted on May 27th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And then was another letter, another statement sent to Mr. Kelleher with a copy to Mr. Kaplan dated November 4th, 2025.
Yes.
All right. And then was the third document, sorry, it wasn't a document. Did you provide testimony at the public hearing on March 30th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mr. Stevens, you testified, or maybe I didn't ask, so I'll ask it again. Do you have some additions that you want to make to your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to those, very quickly, you testified, in your pre-filed testimony, it states that you moved to Oakham in 2022, correct?
Yep.
Did you live anywhere else in Oakham before moving to your present home at 360 Coldbrook Road?
No.
Okay. And immediately before moving to Oakham, where did you and your wife Danielle live?
In Princeton, Mass.
And how long did you live there?
5-6 years.
Okay. And why did you move, very briefly, why did you move to Oakham?
Well, we were looking for a new home, and we have a lot of animals, birds, and ducks. And
I'm sorry, you dropped out. We were looking for a new home. What?
we have a lot of animals, birds, chickens, ducks, dogs, and we were looking for a place with a lot of land and a quiet place. And doing some research, we found out that there were bylaws in Oakham where there's not a lot of building allowed. You need at least 3 acres. So we figured it's a good spot. It's going to be quiet and stay quiet. Nobody was going to be bulldozing our backyards, building houses.
Okay. So you live in the town of Oakland, but in your statement, you state that you work for the town of Rutland. Is that true?
Yep.
And could you elaborate on your job responsibilities for the town of Rutland?
So I work for the sewer department. Kind of I guess I would say the senior guy at the sewer department. So I'm in charge of all the pump stations and making sure the sewers are flowing. And I grade all the roads in the summer. I'm running a grader mostly in the summer.
You've dropped out again, making sure roads are flowing.
Oh, and I grade all the dirt roads. And in the winter,
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to need to go off the record for a second, and
So,
I'll be
Mr.
right-
Brock,
I'll be
do you
right
need-
back.
Okay, fine. Take your time.
It'll be about 2 minutes.
oops, I want to go.
I think I'm back. We'll see if this works. Try that again.
Mr. Brock, could you just read back the last answer that you got?
Yes. So I work for the sewer department, kind of, I guess I would say, the senior guy at the sewer department. So I'm in charge of all of the pump stations and making sure the sewers are flowing.
All right. I think you went on to testify about grading the roads, but why don't start with that testimony,
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens.
In the summers, usually I grade the dirt roads. We fix any structures that need to be fixed and that sort of stuff. And in the winters, plowing snow.
Okay. But how many hours per week have you worked in the last few weeks on either snow removal or clearing up sewer problems and the like?
70, at least 70 hours on average, maybe 80.
Okay. Thank you for your assistance to the surrounding towns and to Rutland for all your hard work. Now, in your pre-filed testimony, you described a lot of concerns you have about the proposed BEST project, and most of that, is in your testimony, but I wanted to just ask you some questions about the additions you wanted to make to your pre-filed testimony. So first, Mr. Chang, is it possible to put up that plat if you found it?
I'm working on it.
If not, that's one that I can probably put up.
He's working on it right now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Alan, that was Mr. Wong.
Okay. All right. Mr. Stevens, do you see the diagram or sketch that's on the screen?
I do.
Sorry, is that a plat plan?
Yeah, it looks like lot lines.
Okay, and when did you obtain that plat plan?
Um, Not 100% sure, but in the last year. Or, oh no, that's the one that we got when we bought the house, actually.
Okay. So I'm going to call your attention to the first part of the plat plan. Mr. Is it Chang?
Yes.
Could you just raise up the plat plan on the screen? Okay. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So do you see the number 106.1 on the screen? What is that?
That's my property.
Okay. And if you consider the bottom of the screen south,
Hmm.
I'm not sure if it's true south, but at any rate, just for ease, when you go down to the number 404.85, do you see that?
Yes.
And then that's followed by the number 47.13,
Yes,
and then it's followed by the number 24903. You see that?
I do.
All right. And then, so what is that? What is that curved line with a kind of a large extension at the left-hand side?
That is the company's driveway.
Okay, by the company, you mean Moraga?
Yeah, Maraga's driveway.
And the vertical line that has a sign, a change sign, and says 35 on the left-hand side of the driveway that you just described. What is that?
That's Colebrook Road.
Okay. And on this, so your property is 106.1, correct?
Yes.
And you just described the company driveway. All right. So let's go to your additions. Let's put on Mr. Chang, can you put on it's a document called on the list, it's called hold on. It's a picture with Mr. Stevens holding a pole on the right hand.
I'm sorry, with Mr. Stevens, what?
Holding up a large pole.
Yes. I have that. It will come up in just a moment.
Okay. Terrific. That's great. Thank you. Is it possible to expand that a little bit? Make it bigger? Good. Okay, that's great. Mr. Stevens, so first of all, describe where this picture was taken.
That is on Colebrook Road, directly in front of my house.
Okay. So, and what is that large, looks like a hill or a small mountain to your left in the picture?
That's the embankment on the side of Colebrook Road, and the wall is on top of that. So the road's kind of cut into the embankment.
Okay. And is that the wall that you mentioned in your pre-filed testimony?
One of them, yes.
One of them. Okay. Is there a similar wall on the other side of Colebrook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got a measuring pole or measuring stick in your hand. How tall is that measuring stick?
It's 12 feet tall.
Okay. And did you use that pole to measure the height of the rock embankment that's to your left?
Yes.
And what height did you get?
It's 10 feet tall.
All right. And when was this picture taken?
Yesterday.
All right.
10th.
All right. And where is on this picture, if we can see it, I don't know if it shows very easily. Where is the edge of the road in this picture?
The pole is on the edge of the road.
All right. So this embankment is it fair to say the embankment comes up pretty close to the edge of the road?
Yeah, right to it.
Okay. And then on the other side of the street, going behind you in direction, do you see a sign?
Yes,
And what is that sign?
that's the sign for the old junkyard at the entrance of the property.
All right. And is that sign situated on top of the entranceway to the proposed best site?
Yes, it's at the far side of the entrance.
All right. And do you see two tall poles? One is very light in the background, one is darker in the foreground, around that sign or surrounding that sign?
Yes,
And what are those poles?
those are the two telephone poles on each side of the entrance.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of this location?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you add this picture to the exhibits in your in behalf of your case?
Because I have my doubts that a WB67 truck with a 53-foot trailer, more than likely, can make that turn without driving off the road. And the wall, it does taper down as you get closer to the driveway. It's about 100 feet to the middle right there where I'm at. But then it's a little shorter as you go along, but then there's trees right on the edge of the road. It's my opinion that is going to be a very difficult turn in there to make. And it's directly in front of my house. It's going to be a nuisance and noisy. At the least, if they can even make it.
Right. When you mentioned a truck, EB67, I think, WB67?
Yes.
Is that the truck that Mr. Anderson was testifying was used as used when they modeled the turning radius for a large truck?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long is that truck?
With the truck and trailer, I believe about 70 feet.
Okay.
And it's 10 feet to 10 and a half feet wide with the mirrors.
Okay. So okay. I think you heard Mr. Anderson testify that the best entrance to the company's entranceway would be from the north and then taking a left-hand turn?
Yes. I believe he said it's the only way.
The only way.
It's
okay.
not from the other direction.
So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the answer was.
I said, I believe he said it's the only way they can enter the property because they can't make the turn from the other direction.
So just referencing this picture that's on the screen, can you tell me where is the northerly direction that he said they would have to come to make the turn, the left-hand turn?
To make
which direction on Colebrook Road?
That they want to make the turn from the left, it would be going towards me where I'm standing.
So the truck would be making the turn coming from the direction, say, past that telephone pole up the street and then coming down the street and making the turn. Is that what you're saying?
If they're to make the left-hand turn, they're coming from the direction I'm facing and turning left before the sign there.
Sorry. Okay. So you're facing which direction are you facing? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Which direction are you facing right now?
I'm not
picture.
I'm not positive if that's the south or the north. But I'm facing the direction they want to be coming from.
Okay.
I believe I'm facing the north, so that would be coming from the north.
Okay. Now, Have you ever driven a WB-67 truck?
No.
Have you ever seen one in person?
Probably on the highway,
Okay.
but I've never worked with one.
Have you ever seen a truck this size in Oakham?
In my 4 years of living here, I've never seen a tractor trailer truck on Coldbrook Road.
You've never seen a tractor trailer truck of any length?
None whatsoever. I'd be shocked if I saw one.
Okay. What kind of trucks have you driven in your work as a construction contractor and other work?
For many years, I was an equipment operator, and in the excavation world, especially bigger companies, not all equipment operators are truck drivers. You usually have truck drivers in than equipment operators, unless it's a smaller company. So I didn't do a lot of driving years ago, but for the past 8 years, I drive, 10-wheelers, 6-wheelers, nothing bigger than no tractor trailers.
All right.
But trailer
ahead.
for delivery.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. I need to hear the end of the answer. 8-wheelers, no tractor trailers.
Yeah, I work with a lot of trailer trucks, like 30-yard trailer, dump trailers, for salt deliveries and loading them.
Okay. Mr. Chang, if we can put up the second picture that also shows Mr. Stevens.
Certainly.
And if we could blow that up a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Stevens, do you see the photo that's on the screen?
I do.
And what does that photo depict?
That's me standing in front of the entrance to 358 Colebrook Road. And I'm measuring the distance from the middle of that wall to their entrance, which is 100 feet. And also it's showing the trees and the embankment right across with where their entrance is. But I believe they have to start making their turn a lot further away because it's about a 40 to 50 foot turn radius, I think, for those trucks, minimum.
Okay. So why did you want this photo to be shown and added to your testimony?
Just to show where those trees are and the embankment, that I believe if they're going to make that turn, they're going to have to cut those trees and possibly grade off the edge of that embankment. And I believe it's probably owned by the town, or it could be my neighbors. I'm not positive.
All right. Why do you say they'd have to cut the trees?
Yeah, I would imagine they'd have to cut the trees.
No, why?
Because you got to take a wide turn to make that 50-foot turn radius. And really, they would have to start turning probably well before those trees. They can't just come in straight and take a left turn, because those trucks, the trailer has off-track rear wheels. So the front is going to turn a lot wider than the back of the vehicle. So if you don't start that turn soon enough and you just pull up to that driveway and turn, they're going to hit that telephone pole or the trees or whatever's there.
Okay.
And same goes for turning out. It's an even wider turn if they're taking a right-hand turn right into those trees.
A right-hand turn would be they're coming out, then they would be trying to go back in the direction where you are?
Yep.
Okay. So why do you say that? Why would that be a problem?
because, well, if they can't make the turn, they're going to have to cut trees or take the wall down, or I don't know. I just don't think they can make the turn. And they've already said it's tight because they've said they can't make the turn from the other direction. So it's debatable whether they can this way as well.
If assuming that there was some ability for them to take a left turn, a left turn out of that driveway.
Yeah.
What direction would that send that, what direction would be the truck be going if it took that left, if it was able to make that left turn?
Yeah. I'm sure they can't make a left turn because they've already said they can't go from that direction. But if they did, just around that corner is the elementary school. And a little further down from that is our tiny little center of town, which is the library, the church, and the town hall in a very tight intersection.
All right. Do you have anything further to add about your description of the the trucks and the difficulties that you see in having these trucks make these turns?
Yeah, I would just say, aside from actually being able to turn in there, because they might figure something out and figure out how to do it. Just like I said, there's no traffic on this road. If you come to my house and stand in front of my house and look at where they want to put this thing, I've done construction a long time. Now I work for the DPW, but I know what these sites are like. And to me, it's absurd. You're talking they said the shortest width was 19 feet on the road. And you want to put a 10.5-foot wide truck, which means you can't fit two of them in different directions. When there's a bus coming, I have to move my little Ford Ranger so the bus can get by me. We're talking hundreds of trips. Not just those trucks, but I'm sure they need a crane, cement trucks, log trucks. It's just unheard of in this spot. Doesn't make any sense.
What impact would this have, that having a lot of truck traffic, including a truck, of about 70 feet long, that you testified to, the WB 67, that kind of a truck, a cement truck, other trucks that might be used in the construction or even in the operation? What's going to be the impact on your quality of life at your home?
Aside from ruining the road, my house, I have almost 7 acres. Most of it is the field behind my barn. But my house is fairly close to the road. I know almost every time these guys have come to do a site visit because you can hear them. It's very beyond quiet out here. You hear a neighbor a mile away mowing his lawn on a Saturday. I'm guessing they're saying a year and a half. I'm guessing with weather and everything could be 2 years. It's just going to be miserable. We
talking construction, you mean?
Yeah, we came out here for the quiet, and you want to make it a tractor trailer route in front of my house with these guys downshifting and braking in front of my house, making this turn, coming in and out. I just can't even believe it, to be honest.
Clarify what you mean by these guys.
The company wanting to, I get why they're doing it. They want to make money. So they don't care where they put it. They just want to make money. They went on Google Earth and found a nice empty piece of land, but they didn't do any research. And the fact that we're considering this, it's hard to believe. I've had many nights thinking about it. And it's just not why we came out here.
I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. Does board staff have questions for Mr. Stevens?
Yes. Thank you for walking through your photos and providing a description of where that wall is. Just to be very clear, I'm going to pull up a map
Yep.
of the property, just so we can get a little bit more context. And as soon as I find the share button, I will do that. Okay. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the yellow line here is outlining the project parcel.
Mhm.
This right to the north is your property. And I'm wondering if you can try to verbally direct me to where that photo was taken, where you mentioned the wall height was estimated at about 10 feet tall.
Yeah. Can you blow it up a little more?
Yes.
Kind of lost it.
1 second. I'm going to try zooming again.
Okay.
And hopefully this resolution is good enough for our purposes. Where are we?
See the shadow of him on the road.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, you see where the white line is there across the street?
Yes. Is it this driveway
So
that you're
I'm sorry, is it this what?
driveway that you're referring to, or this parcel line to the west?
No, the parcel line to the west there. So you
Okay.
can, I believe you can see the shadow of the wall or on the road, or it's possibly the wall. It's right. So, okay, so the part that I am measuring 10 feet would be if you went, I would say, directly in front of my house. Actually,
Approximately here?
a little bit further down. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. And then the wall, there's a lot of these walls on this whole road because it's old farmland, and they cut in to the grade to make the road. So there's a bunch of these spots where there's these really high walls on the edge of the road.
Thank you. And your testimony mentioned these walls being on both sides of the road. Did you mean both to the north and to the south of where the project driveway would be? Or are there approximately 10-foot high walls on both the west and the east side of Coldbrook Road?
The west and the east. So they're not 10 feet in front of my house. They're probably maybe 5-6 feet tall. But the front of my property has a wall go the entire length of my property, and then it cuts out. I have a little side driveway that goes to my barn, which probably I'm assuming if this goes through, I'm gonna lose that driveway because they have that hammerhead frontage there that they're probably gonna take. You can see the roof of my barn down there.
The barn where my cursor is?
I can't really see the. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So there's a breakout in the wall there. Actually, the wall I believe stops on that side right there, and then I have a little driveway there. It goes directly down to the barn.
Do you happen to know if the wall cutoff is at the property line?
I'm not positive.
Okay. And do you know if there are walls to the southern side of the access road?
Don't. Yeah, there are, but I'm not positive. I don't believe they would affect anything anything they're trying to do, unless they're coming from that direction. But I don't think it would affect their ability to turn in and out of the driveway. It's more the wall, this other wall on the, is that the west side?
This is the west side, yeah, and the far side, the opposite side of the project.
Yeah,
On Cold Brick Road.
wall that,
And
the embankment and the trees there.
and did you say the wall extends to right across from the driveway?
Yeah, it tapers down, so it probably ends like halfway across that that frontage they have there. Sort of, and it's not so high. It kind of tapers down to the ground. It's probably goes a little past their driveway where it tapers down. And
Okay.
it's more of an embankment. The embankment's still there.
Okay. Thank you for those clarifications. The Google Street View has a lot of foliage, which really obscures the wall view. That is the end of the questions I wanted to clarify, but I believe Mr. Chang has follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lowe. Mr. Stevens, just to, if Ms. Lowe can stay on this exhibit, actually, where the cursor just is, you did mention that there's a side driveway. Does that go through the company's parcel?
I'm not 100% sure. It's more of it's just an opening in the way it was there when I bought the house. I think it might be right on the edge of their frontage there. I don't know if it's on it or not. There's a fence.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to measure it. It's right on the edge of it at least.
Okay. Will you have any concern about that? Oh, does council want to say something?
Yes, I just, can Ms. Lowe and Mr. Chang be asked to be a little more specific when they're asking questions about this very, very indistinct drawing, just because the record is only going to reflect that they're saying, well, you see it's there, or you see it's there. I think they need to be very specific, and if you have that yellow line, they could reference, the yellow line and by north, south, east, or west. But right now we have a bit of a muddled transcript in terms of trying to figure out the questions that they're asking him, and even with Mr. Stevens's responses, because he's not trying to make the record of where things are. He's just trying to answer the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reich. Yeah, I think the image is a visual aid here. I'm not trying to define things based on the image. I'm just asking Mr. Stevens whether you have any concerns about that access, if it's formally used or informally used. So, Mr. Stevens, are you concerned that you may lost that access if the project is move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any concerns that have been raised about the use of that access in the past 4 years that you have lived there?
I'm sorry. Any concerns that have been raised about the what?
The use of your side driveway so long that you have lived there?
No, it's really the least of my worries with this project. And I don't know. I didn't put that driveway in. I use it to get to my barn on occasion. If it's their property, it's their property, and I have no concern.
I see.
So I didn't really bring it up.
No, I'm asking whether anyone else have raised a concern.
Oh, no.
To you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Does the company have any questions for Mr. Stevens?
So we really appreciate Mr. Stevens' time and all the efforts that you put forth for this case. We have no questions for Mr. Stevens.
And does the town have any questions for Mr. Stevens?
We do not. Thank you.
Do the Salpes have any questions for Mr. Stevens? So that will be the end of the testimony for.
Excuse me, Mr. Kelleher.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to direct a couple of redirects to Mr. Stevens.
Of course.
Mr. Stevens, when you referred to a side driveway, is
Yeah.
that is that the main driveway entrance to your property?
No,
Okay.
it's just a side access I use to get to my barn, which wasn't that big a deal. I could go either directions until I put a pool and a deck in and the other access. So now it's the only way to get to the barn.
Okay. When you said you were fearful of the loss of a driveway or access road, were you referring to the main driveway to your home or to that side driveway that goes to the barn?
The side driveway.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about the loss of your driveway if this project goes ahead? Your main driveway?
The main driveway? No.
Do you have any concerns about any impact to that main driveway if the project goes through, both either in operation or in construction?
My main driveway? No, I don't. It's farther enough away. I'm concerned with their driveway. If you look at the map, and some maps have their driveway on my property. I know you can't, their driveway takes a weird turn. And some of the maps you look at show it on my property. I just don't know. I haven't had it surveyed, so I'm not sure. But I know if they had to widen that road and cut the trees, which I assumed they would have to until they said they weren't, they would be very close to being on my property.
Okay. Is that one of your principal concerns, is that the company may have to encroach on your property, whether intentionally or non-intentionally, but may have to encroach on your property either during construction or in operation?
Yes, that their driveway is very narrow for the equipment they plan on bringing in there, and it's just a base coat of old pavement. So I thought for sure they would be at least grinding that down, widening out the road. You're putting that heavy traffic with those big machines on that road. You're gonna want a better road than that, but they said they're not doing anything with it. So,
And to clarify, the road you're referring to is what road?
that's their driveway going in.
Okay.
To the project.
Mr. Keller, just give me a minute if you don't mind.
That's fine.
I'm back on.
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, are you aware of the level of noise that one of these WB 67 trucks make?
Yeah, more or less.
So more or less, what is that level of noise?
They're loud, especially when they're driving by. Maybe not that loud, but when they're accelerating, I mean, if they were just driving by on the highway, it's not that bad. But when they're accelerating out of the driveway, when they're engine braking, downshifting to go into the driveway, they're loud. So, and not to mention I have done some work on this property here. If you saw the piles of boulders on my property, it's because there's ledge probably 6 inches in the ground, this entire property. So I know they're going to be hammering, they're going to be crushing rock because they're not going to haul all that out. The property's tons of huge glacial rock down there and heavily wooded. So, I mean, it's a lot of work and loud work.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add to what you've already testified to?
No, the only other thing I would say is, and this might be better coming from the drainage expert if they have one, but I think it was Mr. Anderson had said that, I want to say he said they were putting in a structure with a membrane. I think he said they're using a jellyfish filter and a 12-inch pipe, probably a 12-inch ADS pipe or something, which does not seem, I don't know if that's all he's, for the whole place, they were putting in a 12-inch drain line, but it seems like there should be a real drainage system down there to deal with all that water.
You say
So
it
that
should be.
sounded a little concerning to me, but unless I didn't understand what he was saying.
All right. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, that's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelleher. If no one else has any questions, may I have the witness excused?
I am assuming nobody else has questions. Please speak up if you do. Yes, you may have the witness excused, Mr.
Thank you.
Reich.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
All right, thanks.
All right, we are moving towards the end of today's session. I want to talk a little bit about next week and get some estimates from people for how long their examinations are likely to take. My inclination is to, and I also want to revisit the issue of the availability of witnesses. So my inclination is to allow the town and the non-town interveners to conduct their cross-examination of the company's witnesses, the remaining cross-examination before the board conducts its cross-examination. I just want to make sure we have enough time for the town and the non-town interveners to conduct their cross-examination. So right now on the proposed schedule that I sent out a day or two ago, we had hazardous materials as the first topic, but I'm just going to have that be a floater topic, and we'll fit it in at an appropriate time. Attorney Kaplan, I'm wondering if you can make available your sound expert Wednesday morning next week.
Yes.
And for as long as necessary that day.
Yes.
Attorney Pucci, do you have an idea of how long your cross-examination of the company's sound expert will take?
Yes, 1 hour, 1 hour and a half.
Mr. Reich, do you know how long Mr. Ferry is likely to take?
I think probably longer than Mr. Pucci, because we have a number of questions that were the subject of a motion to compel that hasn't been issued yet, and so Mr. Ferry doesn't have all the information he needs. So partly it depends on if he gets that information. If he doesn't, he might have to, try to get that information indirectly since he won't have it directly. I would say 2 to 3 hours, 3 hours being probably the max. The other concern is I have checked with Mr. Ferry. He has a number of professorial responsibilities on Wednesday, but I've convinced him that because Friday is going to be much more challenging for him, convinced him to try to, get around those responsibilities, which I think he's trying to do. But it would be best if he could start off as the first cross-examiner on that day, just to make sure he doesn't run into some problems.
Okay, thank you for that information. Does anybody have any objection to Mr. Ferry leading off with the questions on Wednesday?
I mean, I guess not, but I was planning on going first, but no, I guess I don't object to that. We're sort of on the same side, Attorney Reich and I, so I don't object, but I was planning on going first.
So, Mr. Pucci, I'll ask, as you know, Mr. Ferry's still out of town. He's getting back this weekend. I'll ask him, and maybe we'll speak and we can figure out what's the best way to go. I mean, I think if he can make sure he doesn't have to come back another day, he'll be fine. I was just being super conservative. So why don't you and I talk offline?
That's perfect, and I won't have any objection. I won't have any issues with the order in which the two of you want to conduct the cross-examination.
Great.
What were the other, Mr. Presiding Officer, what were the other topics set for next Wednesday besides sound?
Well, the topic that I want to consider having as well as a backup is safety. I'm wondering if Attorney Kaplan, I'm not going. Attorney Kaplan, are you able to bring your sound expert in for the end of the day on Wednesday, say starting at, safety expert, at the end of the day on Wednesday, maybe at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock?
I will check with him and get back to you. I'm just concerned that if he's only here for an hour or two, let me check and see if he's available.
Attorney Kaplan, yeah, you can check that. I would expect that we would need him on Friday as well.
Yes,
so this would,
I know he's available on Friday. I just was not sure about Wednesday. I wasn't anticipating Wednesday because I thought we were just doing the noise. But let me find out. And do you know, is Mr. Niction coming on Wednesday as well, or is he not testifying?
Well, Mr. Reich, I think that was the only outstanding question we had. Nobody else expressed an interest in cross-examining Mr. Niction. How about you, Mr. Reich? Did you determine whether you will do that?
Is that the town's expert?
That's the town's sound expert, yes.
We have no intent to cross-examine him.
Okay, so there's your answer, Mr. Kaplan.
But I did want to raise the issue of Mr. Benito because, like the sound expert, there are a number of questions that either I or Mr. Ferry, now in like the time, I can't remember who had some open questions, but those were never responded to. And so we'd like to take them up and as well as the sound experts' testimony that's a section subject of our motion to compel. Also, there were the matter of those two agreement and an amended agreement in respectively 2022, 2024 that the company has refused to turn over, only turning over the 2-page bare bones option agreement. And even though that option agreement incorporates all of the provisions of the other agreement and an amended agreement, they've never turned over that information. We would like to cross-examine Mr. Benito on that topic, but it's up to, obviously it's your decision whether you require production, but we're saying we can't get a complete cross-examination without those documents.
Understood. So,
excuse me, Mr. Kelleher.
Yes.
Chief Morris is not available on Wednesday. I'm sorry. So he is available on Friday.
Okay. All right. Well, that information is helpful. And then, Mr. Kaplan, I had put on Wednesday's proposed schedule that you would have an opportunity to conduct redirect. I'm going to leave that to you. If you want to wait until all witnesses have been asked all cross-examination questions, you may do so. If you would like to start your redirect on Wednesday of witnesses who have already been thoroughly cross-examined, you may do that. It's just that allowing you to do that may speed up the time by which we finish this hearing.
Yep, and it may make sense. That way, when Mr. Callahan is here, we can do redirect on noise, and then he doesn't have to come back on Friday. So that does make sense.
Okay. And just one moment here.
And I specified how I narrowed my motion to compel yesterday to you. I would anticipate possibly having some follow-up questions if that information is ordered produced.
Understood. Yes.
That would
So
not take long at all.
I understand there may be some follow-up questions. And, oh yeah. And Mr. Kaplan, I think you were going to check on Mr. Anderson's availability. Do you have an update for that?
So what day would you like him? Sorry, I missed that. Did you want that to happen on Wednesday or Friday?
Wednesday would be good.
Wednesday. Okay, thank you.
All right. So you will attempt to get Mr. Anderson on Wednesday. So I think that's it's going to be what we have in the preview, except that we're not going to start with hazardous materials. And I'm giving you discretion, Attorney Kaplan, as to the timing with which you conduct the redirect. Are there any other issues that need to be discussed before we end today's session?
Yes, I had an issue.
Mr. Reich.
The issue is the timing of the initial briefs. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, they're due fairly, well, not early, but perhaps less than a week after this hearing ends if we're going at the same pace we're going. And so I know I would like to have a decent amount of time, the decent amount of time that was provided in the original schedule, predicated on only going for about a week on the hearing. And now we're into week 2 and perhaps some part of a week 3. So would the presiding officer consider, moving back the date for the initial briefs at least a week so we're not just jammed up as soon as the hearing ends, we have to run in and file a brief, days after that last hearing day?
I would certainly consider that, and we might as well address that. So assuming for a moment, and we can't completely predict the future here, but assuming that we have the last day of hearing on Friday of next week, how much time would you need, Mr. Reich, to submit a brief after that?
I don't have the schedule in front of me. What was the original time between the closing of the hearing and the initial briefs being due?
Well, it was going to be 2 weeks from the submission of the record requests. That's what we were looking at. So
of the record. Oh, I'm a little confused.
Sorry, of the responses to the record requests.
Oh, okay. So, and these were the record requests that were both made during the hearing as well as other record requests of parties?
We're referring to the record requests made during the hearing.
Made during the hearing or right immediately after the hearing. Okay. Well, I would, yes, I'd like to preserve that 2 weeks.
All right. Really, it- I intend to allow the parties to have 2 weeks from the end of the hearing and the end of their receipt of responses to the record requests. However, you know, if a party chooses to submit a brief earlier than the deadline, I'm inclined to allow that as well. But yes, I want to give the town a full 2 weeks and the non-town interveners a full 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the town or the company in that regard?
No, thank you.
Nothing. Thank you.
All right. We will adjourn and we will see you next Wednesday at 10 a.m.
Thanks
Off
very
the
much.
record. Thank you.
Thank you very much.